Stop what you are doing. Pause immediately. I am not addressing your logical assessments, your fears, or the assumption that wealth can only be extracted through hardship and grief. I am speaking to your soul, the part of you that has never forgotten. You are not made to struggle against money, but to speak with it directly. Money is not your sovereign, not your adversary, and not a reward purchased by pain. It is a faithful attendant, steady and prepared to carry out your instructions. When your words align with truth, money responds not later, not one day, not as payment for presumed deservingness, but immediately, willingly, and without opposition. Speech issued with spiritual authority converts lack into enough. A declaration filled with divine consciousness bridges the visible and the invisible. For that reason, I proclaim money is not my master. It is my obedient servant. This is not poetry. It is not metaphor. This is law. Divine law, irrefutable, eternal, perfect, and it is ready to work for you. The principle being invoked precedes your doubt, precedes your financial records, and even precedes anxiety. It joins the law of spoken decree with the law of immediate manifestation. When a declaration is pure and its tone carries faith rather than fear, heaven replies, "You shall also decree a thing, and it shall be established for you." This is not advice. It is spiritual authority acknowledged in the unseen realm. A ruler's words become binding. A supplicant's words dissolve and pass unnoticed. What manner of voice do you adopt when you speak about money? Do you speak quietly as though defeated or declare firmly as though victorious? Money does not respond to hopefulness. It responds to directive. You may have visualized, affirmed, desired, or prayed, but if your voice trembles, your tone wavers, or your wording slips into doubt, your declarations collapse like paper against steel. Do not address the obstacle. Address the conditions as if lack never existed. The essential point is this: you do not mobilize money by describing that it is missing. You move it by stating your position with clarity. Imagine a trained being. It does not respond to desperation, but to a steady and exact instruction. It registers your tone notes, your posture, and reads your certainty. Money functions similarly. If you beg, "Please come," money hesitates. If you admit, "I don't know," how it mirrors your confusion. But when you declare, "I order now," with the conviction of heaven behind me, the structure of creation recognizes that certainty and yields to it. Say this with me: money is not my master, it is my obedient servant. Let outdated teachings fall away. Let the creed of struggle come to an end. Allow the principle of divine alignment to rise within you now. We speak these words not as a mantra, a wish, or a rehearsal, but as a verdict, a spiritual ruling issued from a place of authority. The decree is money. I address you now. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Do not move too quickly beyond this declaration. When my speech accords with truth, provision arrives without tension, simply and smoothly. Remove the phrase "I earn." Tear it out like weeds, because it voices spiritual amnesia, the refrain of those who have forgotten their inheritance and no longer remember that gifts come freely to the one who remembers. Replace it with "I align with it." Money is not earned, it is permitted. It is not hunted, it is received. And it will not find you if your words disclose a consciousness saturated with exhaustion. You do not conquer sunlight. You simply open the curtain. You do not overcome gravity. You surrender to its pull. In the same way, divine supply is not seized through labor. It is reached through principle. So I nullify every whisper, every inner chorus, every inherited sermon declaring money is hard. It is not. Money conforms. Money responds. Money is shaped by the one whose speech bears authority. Declare this with me now. Money is obedient. I am the voice it hears. Repeat this until your body agrees, until the ancestral rhythm of strain in your veins becomes still, until every mental track conditioned for struggle is exchanged for grace. Money is obedient. I am the voice it obeys. Now envision this picture: a contract written in the language of toil, signed in sweat, fear, and fatigue, drafted by parents, teachers, and your younger years, and quietly approved by your former self. And now in your inward sight, I set a pen in your hand. I place fire in your grip. Tear that document apart. Burn it. Let it disappear before spiritual reality. Watch the ashes of that counterfeit agreement blow away. As you speak a new covenant, I sign my name to ease. I bind myself to abundance. I announce that wealth comes not through pain, but through spiritual alignment. You are not a burden bearer. You are a commander. You are not imprisoned by effort. You are the voice of divine increase. Let the illusion of grind fall apart. Let the idol of urgency die. Let your hands quiet and let the word rise. Our primary mistake is not desiring wealth, but the posture we adopt toward it. Many speak like outsiders, like supplicants knocking on a door they presume is barred. As a result, the voice weakens, language seeks permission, and declarations dissolve into questions. The substance of wealth, like a trained guard waiting for commands, receives no clear instruction and therefore remains motionless, unassigned. Hear this, raise your awareness now, because you were made not to speak as one who waits, but to receive divine supply. You are not a beggar at wealth's doorway. You are the threshold. You are the voice. You are the mouth through which heaven gives form to matter. You are the one who sends, not the one who chases. You are the decree, not the doubt. Therefore, accept this commission. Speak from heaven rather than from lack. Let your language mirror law, not the reverberation of your ledger. My words govern my provision because they align with divine law, and divine law does not come back void. Now repeat these affirmations slowly and sincerely, with the bravery of someone who is sure. You are not just reciting phrases, you are reforming what is real. Stop and breathe. Let your soul come into harmony with the sound you have released, because this has passed beyond idea or exercise into spiritual movement, sacred transaction, and an invisible covenant linking your voice to your surroundings, your decree to the miracle you are calling into form. This is not merely guidance or performance. It is an altar of agreement, and your voice is the sacrifice placed upon it, lit with sacred fire, declaring to the unseen that a child of God has remembered power law and the ancient truth: your wealth is not distant. It rests within you dormant, waiting for your voice to awaken it. I ask you, calling you to participate, not just watch. Have you ever spoken to money as one who rules it rather than one ruled by it? Have you spoken without shame or delay, with a firm voice, stating with authority that you are not waiting for wealth to approve you or slowly arrive, because you are the one who commands it, receives it, directs it, and multiplies it by decree? Have you regarded your voice as a treasury, as the spark that activates spiritual riches? If so, make it a public declaration. Write it down. Affirm it as if saying, I have just commanded money, not a desire, not a fragile hope, a command. And if something in you ignites, if a fire catches at the rim of your soul, remain in this practice. Return to it each day, because this is not a momentary surge of inspiration, but training in vocal authority, the path to becoming consistent, unmistakable, and upheld by the sound of truth. Everything functions by law, hidden, irresistible, and dependable law. The rule I place before your soul is the law of divine agreement, the sacred reality that nothing comes into being, shows itself, or becomes visible without alignment in the unseen, until your spoken words and divine truth meet in a single declaration. Until heaven and earth connect through the reach of your voice. Until eternal truth finds in you a courageous voice to give it form. It is written, "If two of you agree on earth concerning anything that they ask, it shall be done for them." Matthew 18:19. Although many read this as an agreement between two people, I contend by the weight of spiritual law that the greatest agreement is the joining of your outward speech with your inward certainty between what you proclaim aloud and what your subconscious repeats in secret. Your declaration cannot remain only on the surface, it must ring within your inner sanctuary. It is not enough to speak prosperity while the hidden chambers of the soul whisper the reverse. You must become the second witness to your own decree. Divine agreement demands that your inner life and outer speech testify to one truth. Conscious instruction and subconscious expectation must join, otherwise the seed will not grow. The vault will remain closed, and the flow will not begin. Doubt is not neutral, it disrupts the signal of the Spirit. Hesitation is not harmless, it silently nullifies your decree. Fear is not passive, it turns into an unauthorized cosigner on the contracts of your life. So I ask, peaceful, yet pressing, what private agreements are you forming? Do you allow fear to travel with your affirmations and endorse them with silent consent? Do you speak of increase while inwardly expecting delay? Have you said, "I receive," while whispering, "It won't happen," in the margins of your mind? You cannot serve two voices. You cannot water seeds of abundance while your thoughts repeat scarcity. The soil rejects contradiction. The Spirit will not approve disorder. Law does not yield to a divided will. Bring everything into alignment inside and outside, above and below, morning and evening. Your task is this: bring your whole being into agreement with your decree, allowing no part to remain attached to resistance. Let no part of you hold on to lack. When you speak, let your posture confirm it. Let your breath support it. Let your finances, calendar, gaze, stance, and expectations come into alignment. When this unity is formed, when the Spirit's tone is clear, heaven moves to confirm it, money comes swiftly. Substance gathers and your words settle into tangible provision, specific and real. Pay close attention, many people stumble over what they see. They repeat the current numbers instead of declaring the numbers meant to appear. They become skilled at describing lack, yet forget that their role is not to report, but to reform by decree, to override by command, treating the number not as immovable stone, but as a servant responding to spiritual resonance. Consider a number as unallocated, waiting for instruction from governing awareness, like mist asking to be shaped. If your balance reads 7 and you tremble saying, "I only have 7, you authorize stagnation. You mark it with false permanence and grant it power it does not possess, because you talked about it instead of speaking to it. Description carries no spiritual authority. Command does. Stop narrating the balance. See it as a vessel appointed for increase. Speak with conviction and certainty. This account now receives divine increase. This number now multiplies under grace. This figure expands to correspond with my spiritual inheritance. Refuse the timid posture of, "I hope it grows," and instead state, "I decree expansion now." Issue direct declarations, divine substance take residence here. Declare, "I assign wealth to this account." Declare, "Money, obey my voice and pour into this balance in perfect order, with divine surplus and visible confirmation." Merely describing the number anchors it in the past. Speaking to it positions it to mirror the reality that is unfolding now. Consider a principle that transformed a woman's life. She approached me shaken and breathless, admitting I only have 14 cents. Her balance truly showed 14 cents while her obligations loomed and anxiety overwhelmed her. I did not celebrate her frugality or soothe her by accepting the limitation of that number. I taught her to speak to it directly. I instructed her, bless that account, thank divine substance for its presence. Do not condemn or narrate it, command it. She complied. Continually by day and through the night, she announced, these 14 cents now multiply under the law of spiritual substance. My account is full of divine surplus. I do not count coins, I count on God. On the third day, a check arrived unexpectedly, and without solicitation, an unanticipated act of grace. 14 cents turned into 4,000. Her voice regained steadiness, and her fear gave way to gratitude. Reflect on this. Will you stop reporting the numbers and start issuing directives? Will you view your accounts not through dread, but through authority? When the figure appears, will you remember, it is not final reality, but an imprint of previous beliefs? Will you engage it as a sculptor, engages stone not to restate what is, but to shape what will be? Will you declare, this number is now flooded with divine deposits. This balance now reflects the mathematics of heaven. This figure now bows to the law of my voice. I will not merely repeat the number, I will alter it. Money need not remain chained to yesterday. It responds to present authority. Do not simply transmit what you see. Speak as one entitled to heaven's provision. Your speech directs your finances, and your words set the trajectory of increase. Every figure you encounter is meant to be governed, not feared. Therefore, give it instructions. Under many conversations about money sits an unseen cause, fear entwined around speech itself, stifling decisive command before it forms. Often, the anxiety is not primarily about shortage, but about scale, about the reality of being well provided for. This fear disguises itself as morality modesty or inherited guilt, repeating messages that wealth is dangerous, arrogant, flashy, or too difficult to manage with integrity. That money corrupts the spirit, diminishes innocence, or pulls devotion away from God. Because of these concealed injuries, you may have spoken of abundance while your body resisted it. You repeated affirmations, yet internal judgments caused discomfort. You imagined prosperity, yet trembled at the thought of truly inhabiting it. Recognize this spirit does not obstruct increase. The hidden fear within is what interferes. That fear is not sacred-wise or responsibly cautious. It is illusion in respectable clothing, self-sabotage presented as prudence. This is the disruptor impersonating moral caution, whispering, what if I don't know how to handle it? What if others envy me? What if I lose myself? These claims must be burned away. Let truth's breath scatter them. You are not an imposter in abundance. You are a caretaker of divine inheritance. You are not unworthy. You are chosen to receive, expand, and circulate goodness. You are not fragile when confronted with wealth. You are a vessel formed by heaven to carry plenty with stability and pure intention. Speak this with steadiness and understanding. I dissolve the inner fear of wealth. I sever agreement with scarcity. I let go of the shame once bound to money. I stand steady in abundance. I can be trusted with overflow. I am appointed to bear riches with clarity, humility, and sacred strength. Repeat it. Persist until the knots unwind. Persist until your body stops resisting. Persist until a moment comes when the soul must move beyond petition into proclamation, beyond postponement into affirmation, beyond timidly orbiting provision into meeting it with authoritative speech, authority not loaned, not pleaded for, not second-hand, but granted by spiritual statute itself. Grasp this, dear one. Money does not yield to need, it responds to voice. It is not activated by desperation, but by decree. It does not react to subdued resignation, but to the command spoken by one who remembers. They are a spiritual initiator, not a victim of material circumstance. This is the moment to stop calling yourself unlucky, to cease apologizing for desiring increase, to end the repeated line of "it hasn't arrived yet," and to stand in your God-given authority, commanding abundance, not as someone seeking permission, but as one authorized by divine covenant. Speak to your provision like one waking attendants from sleep, not with anger, but with authority. Not with anxiety, but with steadiness. Not with hesitation, but with a voice so clear it divides the room. State with certainty, I give money no option but to arrive. Decree all channels now open for me. Every divine encounter, every hidden path, every delayed opportunity, and every pending contract, awaken and respond to my word. Treat every decree as a spiritual payroll release. Heaven is not swayed by agitated emotions. It responds to the precise frequency of your directives. Speak now, not as someone begging for approval or living on fragments, but as one who has stood before the throne of truth and heard ask, and it shall be given. Speak, and it shall be done. Decree, and it shall be established. This is not decoration or a mere metaphor. It is statute. It is the means by which the unseen becomes visible. Spiritual energy solidifies into form, and divine substance manifests as funds in your account. But this arrival is not produced by tears, panic, or the public display of need. It comes when you understand the chain of command within spiritual order. You will speak not as one lingering aimlessly, but as a priest of provision, a captain of goodness, a keeper of overflow, one who does not shrink from commanding what heaven has already granted. So I ask directly and firmly, will you speak as one who knows overflow is your divine inheritance? Or will you keep speaking like a petitioner for a miracle rather than its activator? Will you speak with covenant-born assurance or delay until you consider your voice worthy enough? Will your mouth bleed like an unhealed wound or operate as a precise instrument issuing spiritual invoices? Hear me, one mode of speech produces pain, the other produces payment. One preserves scarcity, the other builds a record of abundance. One defers what already belongs to you. The other calls it firmly into your hands. Now declare with me out loud, not gently, money I command you now. Flow to me in perfect divine order. Come in total supply. Manifest under spiritual law. You have no option but to obey. All resistance is removed. I speak and you obey. I decree and you respond. My word is your master key. And again repeat verbatim, I give money no alternative but to arrive. I hesitate no more. I apologize no more. I fear no more. I speak with the fire of divine authority, and the gates of wealth open before my voice. Breathe now. Observe the shift in the air. Sense the atmosphere vibrating with alertness, because your decree has been recorded in the spiritual registry of divine directives. Heaven does not mishear your statements, it operates by them. What you spoke was not poetry. It was a spiritual payroll order. It was not a hopeful request. It was the enforcement of law. You were not playing with words. You activated unseen mechanisms. Therefore, supply is compelled to respond to you. Let these affirmations come not only from your lips, but from your center, from the throne of your inner sanctuary, where fear has no breath, defeat has no echo, and counterfeit authority has no seat. In that place, your voice ceases to be mere emotion and becomes a consecrated scepter of command. When I say affirm these words, I do not mean a timid ritual. I mean thunder rising from within. Let every cell attend. Let your bones agree. Let your breathing align with wealth's frequency until the ledger loses its dominance because you are already moving in spiritual credit. Speak now. I issue to money a divine directive, not a casual suggestion or polite appeal, but a decree, a consecrated command authorized by Spirit, sent as a proclamation sealed with fire and holiness, not produced by fantasy, but grounded in unseen law where it immediately begins reorganizing the energetic pattern of my life. This is not simple visualization. This is the process by which faith reshapes form and hidden vibration becomes visible. Declare, I attract wealth through my decree, not by strategy nor effort, nor any external tactic, but by the command that vibrates in harmony with the divine. Wealth is not moved by fear, it is drawn by spiritual certainty. My word is the magnet, my tone is the force field, and my repetition is the thread that pulls supply from silence into matter. Then add precisely as written, the invisible reorganizes at my command. Do not speak as a mere dreamer, speak as one who faced emptiness, declared abundance into the void, and watched it respond. Speak as one who met delay and refused to withdraw. Speak as someone who does not wait for the world to adjust, but whose utterance forces the world to move. Then deliver this climactic line, slowly, fervently, fully persuaded. My tongue is the lever that opens all vaults, not some, not occasionally, but all. All gates, doors, financial paths, contracts, investments, and divine appointments, marked with my name open for my tongue, is not flesh and blood. It is a spiritual instrument, a legitimate key, a tool of creation, a divine hammer. Your voice opens what many believe is sealed because you are not made to beg at the gates of provision, you are made to command them. You feel the pulse, the flow, the warmth climbing your spine, and the expansion in your chest. This feeling is not just emotion, it is evidence. The shift is real. The reordering has begun. The vault has accepted your word because the decree has been released, because truth has loosened your tongue, because the atmosphere vibrates with a divine wealth frequency. I ask, will you return to silence, or will you hold your position as a consistent authoritative speaker? Will you become one who teaches the world to follow spiritual timing, one who does not plead with heaven, but moves in agreement with it? Understand, this is not speech for amusement. It is a battle for your voice. If you leave with a burning heart but keep your mouth shut, you only replay the pain of scarcity. But if you take today's declarations into tomorrow and the next day, and speak again when doubt returns, and again when account numbers challenge your confidence, you will prove the principle: wealth does not submit to passivity. It responds to the one who instructs. Money does not stay with the complainer. It stays with the one who commands. Then you will understand that divine substance does not respond to need, reasoning, study, or haste. It responds to the voice steady, set apart, and consistent. So I urge you with intensity, not softness. Will you speak daily or return to silence? Will you train your environment to listen, or let it once more train you to withdraw? Will you write expansion into being, or yield as a victim of delay? If your voice is holy, and it is let that holiness speak every day without interruption or excuses, until what supports you is no longer sustained by strain, but shaped by completed decrees. Until money moves before you finish your sentence. Until wealth appears because your words have cultivated the ground. Declare with me exactly: money, I now instruct you not tomorrow, not when I feel better, not when I understand more. Now as I speak, you change. As I declare, you rise. Let heaven record, and let earth obey. There is a law, plain yet neglected, eternal, not authored by humans, woven into divine reality itself. That law states what your mouth declares already exists. Your voice does not create provision, it unveils it. Your words do not summon something from emptiness. They draw back a curtain to reveal what was already prepared. This is the law of immediate supply. Even though the world insists you must wait, earn it, climb, or endure trials before a breakthrough, I affirm by spiritual law none of that is required, and none of it is finally true. All that urgency is an illusion of the mind. The divine source has never been deficient, never delayed, never restrained its goodness. It remains in calm wholeness, waiting for the soul courageous enough to speak in present tense faith. It attends to the voice that declares it is here before visible evidence, one who stops asking the senses for permission and moves with unseen truth, speaking to what the eyes have not yet seen, for it is written, before they call, I will answer. And while they are still speaking, I will hear. Do you see what this implies? Too late does not exist. In spirit, provision runs ahead of thought, surpasses intellect, and goes beyond what logic allows. The instant your decree matches divine law, movement has begun, or rather the good was already at the door, waiting for your voice to open it. You are not building the house, it already stands in heaven. You are not creating supply, it has been ready for assignment for a long time. You do not have to beg for rain, you open the umbrella. Your speech does not create out of nothing, it reveals what already exists. Your decree does not force God, it agrees with God's settled decree. So if you hesitate, feel lack, or remain bound to when the proper question is not, when will it come, but when will I speak as if it already has? Hear this again until conviction ignites within you. Money does not answer need, fear, good intentions, or silent pain. Money moves by law, resonance, and command. And command is not a hidden thought, it is spoken sound breath joined to words and sacred cadence that declares without hesitation, it is here. The moment you dare to say, it is here before evidence, numbers, or nerves, exactly as you call the unseen, you open the gate. You do not beg for water, you remove the blockage. You do not wait for a sign, you set the order in motion. Provision has always been immediate, and your word has always bridged the distance from silence to resonance, from scarcity to abundance, from concept to possession. Speak not from feelings, circumstances, or reassuring numbers. Speak because statute requires it. Speak because completion already exists beyond what is seen. Speak because silence has finished its season and your command is overdue. Law needs no proof, only a voice. Now you are summoned to the unthinkable, what contradicts logic yet remains lawful in spirit. Not to make it hard, but because its simplicity disturbs the rational mind. You must name it present, not postponed, not merely hoped for in a voice of scarcity, not deferred for improved appearances. Affirm it present now. Declare it with your whole being, with the steady resonance of one who refuses delay, not negotiating with God, but aligning with his governing law. And do not speak it as one frantic outburst, but again and again, with discipline and consistency, not to convince others, but to imprint upon your subconscious, always awaiting instructions, the identity of true authority through unwavering words. When you say, I do not wait for money, money waits for my word, you step out of the tired timeline of grind and activate the immediate solidifying of spiritual substance. When you affirm it arrives now, not with anxious effort, but with holy certainty, you align with the tone that dissolves time's illusion, and rips the veil between what heaven has prepared and what earth is ready to reveal. You are not delayed, you are giving commands. You are not hoping, you are asserting ownership. You are not trapped. You are poised in stillness, and that stillness is the final shadow to be transformed. Now decide, will your tongue serve yesterday or establish tomorrow? Will your voice repeat fear or design your fortune? With sacred courage, I say, declare the present. The unseen is not distant. It is near, attentive, and ready. The moment your language resonates with heaven's frequency, when your decree stops repeating limitations and begins speaking completion, matter leans into obedience. Matter is not your source. It is your servant, unable to resist a clear, steady, unapologetic command. Drop the refrain, "I need it to come." Replace it with, "It is already here." Stop examining balances. Examine your tone. Review your words. Are you telling a story of delay or declaring rule? Begin every statement as though heaven's vault already sits open. Walk through spaces like someone whose payment has cleared. Sit down like one whose name is carved at the entrance. Speak to the unseen with a cadence so steady that form becomes inevitable. This is your sacred protocol. Stay with this practice until it becomes as natural as breathing your rhythm, the song of your soul. Say, "I do not wait for money. It is money that waits for my word." My decree activates divine supply. My tone carries the vibration of God's abundance. My sentence is the command that directs prosperity, and I speak as one who carries spiritual authority. Keep repeating until every worn story unravels. Declare it until your environment concurs. Persist until the air seems to hum. Your balances reflect alignment, your body relaxes, and your home learns the resonance of inner certainty. Matter is not what initiates movement, your voice does. When it lifts, when your word is settled, and your decree holds substance, is compelled to appear. Do not postpone your declarations. Do not wait to feel prepared or for conditions to improve. You are not simply describing your truth, you are writing your spiritual record. Declare the change now and do not look back. Let us return to the subtle strand in your spiritual garment, unnoticed, yet tightening stitched into how you understand yourself. The language of delay disguises itself in soft routines, in socially acceptable murmurs that sound innocent, but hold like shackles. One day, I'll be rich. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe it's not my season. If it's meant to be, it will be. These are not neutral sayings. They are hidden agreements with stagnation, allegiance to the world's broken sense of timing, and refusals dressed up as patience against the law of now. Every time you speak in postponement, you widen the distance between decree and manifestation. Not because substance is missing, but because your voice isolates the miracle, sealing it behind caution, fear of disappointment, or helplessness disguised as humility. Now is the time to cancel those statements. Expel these later spirits openly, by name, by breath, by sound, and by the concentrated fire of intention. Declare with authority, I revoke every word that partnered me with delay. I nullify every sentence that let postponement take root in my subconscious. I release myself from every whisper that trained me to wait to weaken my faith, to water down my decree under the burden of realism. I consecrate my tongue, cleansing it from every phrase that functioned as a barrier to divine speed. For speech must be purified before inheritance is received, language sanctified before provision is called forth. Acknowledge that every someday, maybe, or when the time is right, pushes away the supply that is ready to inhabit your present. Exchange those phrases for, this is my time of immediate response. Say with certainty, what I speak manifests now. Divine wealth is already here. and I reveal it through the word. A firm delay is no longer my belief. I trust the now. I do not mentally wait for what is already spiritually present. Continue declaring until the old language pattern breaks, dissolves, and is recast into the living structure of divine immediacy. Picture your tongue washed in golden oil, anointed to command, clothed in light, swift crossing territories of abundance, known only to those released from the lie of later, who do not consult appearances or imprison faith within logic. See it as holy fire, purifying every syllable that once convinced you to postpone. Let it be completed, perfected, and refined in this way. Beginning today, speak from the realm called now. Speak as one who governs time, not bargains with it. Do not ask whether this is your moment. Declare that it is. Do not allow your mouth to shelter worn-out beliefs or your tone to deliver abandoned hesitations. Let your voice be freshly anointed, resonating with it is already done. Let each statement carry weight with presence and stand on spiritual statute. With the poison of delay cleared from your tongue and memory, you are ready to command not only the presence of wealth, but its movement. Money was not meant merely to be watched or stored. It is meant to flow and to multiply through motion, reflecting Spirit's nature, which does not stall, hoard, or hesitate. Divine substance is not a pond, it is a river, and until you give it direction, it remains stagnant, not because it lacks power, but because your silence resounds. Step into your role as the captain of currents. Become the voice that summons flow. Do not merely speak about movement, speak to movement itself. Do not speculate about whether wealth will come. Command it like Moses, lifting the staff to part the sea. No pleading with the waters, only an instruction strengthened by divine commission. Say this money flow like rivers, not as drops, delays, or narrow trickles, but as consistent, secure, abundant multiplying streams. Again, money flow like rivers. And again, money flow like rivers. Your tongue is more than language. It is the steering wheel of your wealth, the commander of its motion, the baton that directs your financial orchestra. Understand this: your accounts respond to your voice, and clients' contracts and resources are unseen attendants awaiting instruction. Hold to this truth: your balance is not dependent on labor alone, but on your spiritual statute. Every deposit is formed by a decree. Every increase begins with a voice raised above fear predictions and the old money narrative that tried to tame a voice designed to prophesy. So I ask, will you train your tongue to direct flow, or will you merely repeat what the market says? Will you declare divine movement, or continue documenting lack? Will you choose words that activate movement, or keep rehearsing inner paralysis and calling it realism? This is the turning point, beloved, the moment when your mouth becomes either a fountain or a barrier, a channel of flow or a reflection of scarcity. Declare, I move the market with my voice. Say again, I move the market with my voice. Not through force, nor through strategy alone, but through alignment with spirit. When your speech aligns with divine substance, when your command is released with pure intent and holy courage, money recognizes you not only as an individual, but as a principle. Not merely as a voice, but as a governing center. You are the one that flow has been awaiting. You are the mouthpiece of spiritual abundance. You are not a bucket begging for rain, but the cloud that pours it out. Therefore, address movement as a commander, not as someone offering suggestions. Stop recounting lack. Stop listing limits. Stand at the core of the dam and break it open through your words, your breath, and the authority carried in your tone. Declare, I speak flow now. I speak movement now. I speak financial rivers now. And do not say it only once, repeat it daily, hourly, until your subconscious becomes fluent in abundance. Until your spirit no longer tolerates the accent of scarcity and your entire frequency is marked by motion, ease, and increase. This is the threshold where you stop merely guiding the river and begin to become the river. Speak these lines with a steady tongue, calm breathing, and an upright posture, remembering that heaven's storehouses are triggered by your word and by spiritual statute must respond. Those vaults do not respond to pleading spreadsheets or shifting emotions. They respond to the consistent cadence of decrees spoken by someone who understands wealth is not a prize to win, but a return to divine abundance. Your words are not informal affirmations. They are spiritual directives, consecrated economic statutes, vibrational coordinates that summon divine order into what can be seen. Therefore, speak not like a student practicing exercises, but like a lawgiver issuing ordinance. Announce, I am financed by divine decree. Do not whisper, speak it with thunder, wrapped in gentleness. Let that tone awaken your cells and shatter every former pact with lack. Say it again unchanged, I am financed by divine decree. Then declare, my command is clear and supply obeys. Assume the stance of a maker of wonders, giving instruction to the next agreement. Stand as the officiant of your inner treasury, authorizing its release. In the spiritual economy, clarity is not optional. It is a form of currency in itself. Unclear speech produces unclear results, while a specific decree rearranges circumstances. Declare exactly, my command is clear, and supply obeys. Let the resonance of that line dissolve stored hesitation. Let its tone reach into every past moment when you questioned your worth or assumed suffering was required in order to receive. Let this statement replace those records with the language of royal authority. Declare, I am the voice of wealth alignment. Let this sentence break the sound barrier that once kept you divided from supply. Send it ahead of you into meetings, messages, and unopened doors. Let it fill the atmosphere around your craft, your calling, and your accounts. You are not requesting blessing. You are transmitting alignment. You are not longing for abundance. You are opening it through sound. Repeat, without changing it, I am the voice of wealth alignment. With lion-like strength and heaven's rhythm, seal this movement. The spiritual economy listens when I speak. Receive it as the closing decree of this phase. Let it sink into marrow breath and bloodstream, because what you engage now is not a market cycle, but a spiritual inheritance keyed to your voice alone. It responds not to resume anxiety or appearances, but to the frequency of your utterance. Repeat precisely. The spiritual economy listens when I speak. Now, I speak to you directly, not to your doubts, not to your past, not to your fears, not to your ledger, and not to the clock's anxious ticking. I am speaking to you as the spiritual listener who carries the seed of dominion within, perhaps forgetting that it blooms only through voiced sound. This is the point where ideas dissolve and true exchange begins, not an exchange of currency, but of energy resolve and rightful authority. Do you understand the law? Have you felt the shift, noticed how wealth resonates in response to your tone? This is the real summons, the sacred threshold separating onlookers from those who rise and speak decree. So I ask you, soul to soul, spirit to spirit, has your command been released? Or is it still imprisoned within you, buried under fear and doubt? Have you only listened while remaining silent? Or have you stood in your own voice as the prophet of your home, the governor of your days, the sovereign of your domain? Understand this: nothing changes until the mouth changes. No reordering begins until your voice echoes through the corridors of spiritual structure. Reality responds not to moods, but to words. Therefore, I summon you not gently, but by divine commission. Declare to the universe that your silence is over. Speak, write it down, say it aloud. Speak to your hands, your wallet, or your account if you must, and declare, I govern money by divine voice. Treat this not as a tagline or symbol, but as a consecrated decree, a spiritual record placed in the atmosphere that cannot return void. If these words have stirred you, lifted you, or awakened, you do not slip back into silence. Remain devoted, not out of duty, but because your atmosphere requires nourishment. Vibration is not a place you visit, it is a home you live in. Dominion is not a spectacle, it is a posture you inhabit. This is more than motivation, it is reconstruction. It is the architecture of wealth built one decree at a time over days and weeks and months until your world reveals the visible harvest of faithfulness to the unseen. This is your consecrated assignment, not to watch again, but to speak and to keep speaking as a commander until the mountain moves, the payment clears, the agreement is signed, and the floodgates of abundance stop being a promise and become a fact. We now come to the sacred seal, the highest activation, the culminating tone, the moment when every earlier statement becomes embodied through your own decree. Without your voice, all of this remains theory. Without sound, everything remains only a concept. Yet what is being delivered here is not an idea, it is a living remembrance of the law written into your bones. I am here to ignite the fire of dominion in your speech and to remind you that you reflect not circumstances, but divine utterance embodied and crowned with spiritual authority. You, dear soul, were not sent to petition for wealth, to plead for promotion, or to negotiate with appearances. You were sent to pronounce, to govern, to command, to speak as one appointed and anointed by divine statute. Therefore, breathe more slowly. Steady your spirit. Relax your body. Feel the inner throne rising beneath your chest to support your voice. You are about to speak not as an ordinary person, but as living law. Not as merely a citizen of the world, but as a conduit of the unseen, appointed to reshape matter through spiritual authority. And as you speak the next line, refuse to present it as a request or a hopeful tune. Deliver it as an instruction sealed with heaven's strength, a royal decree carried by angels on assignment, a spiritual dispatch that cannot return undone. Now declare exactly money. I speak to you in this instant. You are divine substance and you obey my voice. Repeat it slower, deeper, clearer, as though the air itself were listening. Money, I speak to you now. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Say it a third time, shoulders set, chin raised, spirit grounded in authority. Money, I speak to you now. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Then add sacred variations, speak them morning and night standing, or seated softly or firmly, because tone matters more than volume and conviction exceeds mere decibels. Now speak these lines. Money, I speak to you. Come now. Again, money, I speak to you. Expand without resistance. Continue, money, I speak to you. Multiply under grace in perfect ways. And now, dear one, conclude at the peak, not in anxiety or fear, but in calm authority. Stand as one who has decreed and knows it is already established. Say, my word is law. My wealth obeys. My time is now. Repeat, my word is law. My wealth obeys. My time is now. And once more, fully convinced, my word is law. My wealth obeys. My time is now. Let these phrases resonate through your marrow and lodge within your inner mind. Allow them to replace every whisper of scarcity, every echo of delay, and each shadow of unworthiness. Mark this as the hour your tongue becomes a key to vaults, a staff for seas, a rod that draws water from stone. This is more than an ending. It is your coronation in spirit. Practice this decree each day, not mechanically, but as royalty would. Write it, sing it, proclaim it, breathe it, and live it. For you now understand a faith-filled word moves money immediately, not by magic, but by the permanence of the sustaining law. And the voice, courageous enough to speak it, becomes the source from which multiplication springs. You are that voice, exactly. You are the initiating cause.